quorum.
I know you will.
Testing. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. We're about to start. Can you please silence your phones, please? Turn them off, by the way. Silence your phones, please. Thank you.
Oh, they got.
Yeah, I think they ran out of paper. Oh, they just wanted to get rid of it.
Maybe.
So not in the packet. Oh, mine. Yeah, they must have ran out of paper.
I can't find it.
Right there.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
It's 5:31 and we're calling the January 25th Board of Directors meeting to order. Have a quorum. And if y'all please stand. Moment of silence. The Pledge of Allegiance.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic of one nation under God, indivisible, with justice. On the Texas flag, allegiance to Texas, one state under God, indivisible. Good evening, everybody. Did I say good morning a minute ago? All right. Start with the approval of the minutes for the last board meeting, regular board meeting. Has everybody had a chance to read them?
I don't have it.
You don't have it? They were online. I didn't. Do we want to table it?
Yeah, I want to table it. I thought they were here. And I would have swore. I glanced at them.
I'll make a motion.
Want to make a motion to table the minutes until the next meeting?
Do I have a second?
Second motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Secretary's report.
Actually, there is nothing to read. There was a letter submitted by Bill McNew and Travis Huey, and it was my intention to read that letter into the record in the minutes of the meeting, but at the last special meeting, I think we addressed the issues raised satisfactorily, and Ms. McNew has asked or said that she didn't see any need to read the letter into the record or into the minutes, so I will oblige her at that request. I think it was circulated throughout other social media anyway, but
Okay. Right now, we have about $1,015,000 of cash on hand. About $44,000 in the checking account, $136,000 in the credit card account where all the credit card payments go in. Still $9,000 in the money market account and $300,000 in the restricted, and I need glasses, and $515,000 in the general fund. So that's basically where most of the money's at. We all met with the Fidelity representative, on the phone, and everybody's concerns seem to be satisfied, and we're working towards getting some interest payments into the Ford's pockets. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, I do have I think historical already knows, but their total through the end of December is, for the preservation, is $50,381.
Much?
$50,381.
We were
All
gonna
right.
ask if anybody has any questions on the profit and loss or anything.
Does anybody have any questions on the profit and loss statement that we have back there? No?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am?
On the new, when we put money to start working for us, can you access that if you need to?
It's 100% liquid.
Okay.
Like not 1 second of delay. And actually, one of the things we found out by talking to the rep was after COVID started, the Federal Reserve backs all these type of money market accounts 100%. So it's like absolutely zero risk to the membership, backed by the Feds.
If we need it, we need it.
No, I mean, and Fidelity doesn't charge for wire transfers, so we actually need to pull it out. But it also has checks, so we can write checks out of it.
Thank you.
Most everything.
And debit cards.
And what?
And debit cards.
Well, we can use mine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like the numbers.
I was gonna say myself that, I gotta find my paper again. I'm looking at the last quarter of last year and the last quarter of this year, fiscal year, that we're either even or above. The motel's a little lower than last year, in October of last year, but our RV park is way above, so we're hanging right in there with last year's totals. So no deep dives. All right, Board of Directors report. John is gonna.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see people here on a Thursday. Just going to kind of go over some of the positives. You can now go to the gym 24/7. If you come up to the front office, you can get a card. It'll give you access whenever you'd like to work out. So if you wake up in the middle of the night, 3 a.m.,
Can't sleep.
you can have your cup of coffee early and go work. People, just kind of reiterating some of the stuff that was in the special meeting. hopefully everybody watched or was here for the presentation by Triumvir, but they're doing a great job, and there's a lot of pep in the office, and there's a lot of growth and a lot of camaraderie going on. So it's really positive in the office right now. There's a lot of streamlined processes happening right now. We are going to implement a education of the budget to the employees, and each employee head will have not necessarily say so throughout the year in their budget, but they'll have an awareness of their budget. They'll understand how their stuff needs to be coded, and then they'll be measured every quarter on how they stand in their budgets. So that's something matter of fact, I just met with Philip a little while ago. He's been here 10 years, and he's never really had any idea of his budget or how it affects his daily life in the sense of where he stands or how to code things or anything like that. So, and that's not a knock on anybody that's come prior. That's just we're just identifying things that need to get done and try to keep the momentum of Triumvir moving ahead and all the momentum of everybody in the office. The golf course over and unders. We're doing unbelievably better at the golf course, and it would be my personal goal to do some advertising. I know Megan is attempting to get some advertising done through Golf Now. We do not have enough visitors that come to the golf course. And so I think last year we had 700 visitors. So if you just kind of break that down, it's 2 a day average, and that's not enough. We would like to see 50 a weekend, maybe 100 a weekend, and get those numbers up and get our revenue up. But the golf course is closer now than it's ever been to making us money and actually making a profit. And I believe last year in some of the allocations and classifications of things aren't completely streamlined, but I believe last year we were 43,000 in the hole, okay, at the golf course, which is significantly better than it's ever been. There's just a road striping update. Typically, if it's wet, you can't road stripe. Typically, if it's cold, paint won't stick. But we have bought the paint for road striping. We are working with Mud to get that moving in the right direction, and it will get done. Okay, I know there's certain people that are very interested in that, and we are too. It needs to be done, and we're working on it. So it's not being ignored, or the progress hasn't been just completely stopped. I want to bring up something. We had a meeting, months and months ago. I think it was in May. This is something, honestly, I think that the association should be very proud of. Not us, as a board necessarily, but as a whole. We had a Vision Traction Organizer workshop, and I think a lot of people came to that. And just so that we can rehash what a Vision Traction Organizer is, we kind of dumbed it down for ourselves as far as not implementing every part of the process, but we did a 1-year plan, and then we did a 3-year picture, and we kind of set our core values and our 10-year target, stuff like that. And we plan on meeting with the managers and kind of rehashing what we would like to do from May of 24 to May of 25. But I think we would all agree that 23 was probably one of the most turbulent years of turnover, just attrition rate, managing for managers in general. It was a rough year, and we fought like to get through it, and we've done it. And I'm really proud of the fact that the goals for the year, and of course this was set back in May, so we still have a little bit of time to achieve some of these things, but I'm thinking we're at about like the 80% range. Pool area fully restored. Now, we're not going to take credit for that, but Chris Hale and all the people who volunteered, it's almost there. The pool is absolutely stunning. It's better than it's been in an extremely long time, and that's completed. 100 family recreational memberships added. We have not added any family recreational memberships, although those talks and kind of cutting some of the red tape of people being able to get memberships in order to entice people to come here and buy those memberships. We've sat right here and talked to the department heads about how to do some of that. And so we have made some little changes to hopefully, bolster some of those numbers as the year goes on. Trails labeled 50% cleared. We do, a bunch of them are labeled, but the 50%, probably 35-40% of them have been cleared. Creekside Restaurant open. There's some context missing in that. We weren't really talking about a full restaurant. We discussed, like sandwiches and this and that. But there is now hot dogs at the pro shop. Source funding for the landfill project. Government took care of that for us. If we do need to, ERC money, our plan would be to hold that money back as a obviously an emergency fund for the landfill going forward. But there is no crazy emergency for the landfill. We can still put things in dumpsters and move it down Eagle Pass. So that, for the most part, has been solved from two dimensions, not just that one single item. The admin courtyard completed. Linda could probably fill us in on that, but the tile has been done out here on the fountain. So there has been some progress on that. Parade ground restored. This was something Mr. Peterson wanted, and I know the members want it too, but the north end parade grounds restored, leveled with irrigation. We haven't begun any of that, obviously. Completed projects, website redesign, completed. Concierge Plus, we're still working on it. It will either be implemented or it won't in the next month or two. QuickBooks operational, Triumvirs on top of that. And the audits are back on track.
Flips.
We will, what? Almost. The audit for 22, we're expecting it to be done by March. And I expect some of y'all might have questions. We're more than happy to field them. It's more complicated than we could possibly explain. The 23 audit will not be done by March, but it will be done by the same company doing the audit now. So it should move much faster than the 22 audit, and we can probably expect it about the middle of the year or something along
At the latest, yeah.
Yeah. So it won't be that far behind. And the source funding for asbestos removal at the adult center, we're working on that. So hotel, the profit hotel or gross revenue, 420. We didn't do that. I believe we were at 325, but the RV park was at 250. We actually came in at 325 or 330 at the RV park. So those kind of offset each other. The hunt 135, we were at 115 or 110, and golf 180, we were at 125. And so it's not perfect, but it's a lot of progress. I mean, and we plan to do this again and keep moving things forward. And to let y'all know that we haven't forgotten about this, or we're not measuring up against it. The house fires in Unit 3, obviously we're very aware of that. All board members have gone by to look at it. We're working with Philip. We have confirmed there is no arson investigation going on at this time. So we will hopefully commence cleanup starting this Wednesday.
Great.
And it's probably, my estimation, it's probably going to take 3 dumpsters. So if we have some room left over, this is just my idea. But I would say that everybody in Unit 3 that has a little bit of trash that they want to throw in the dumpsters, it'll be available for them to do so at Unit 3. And also something really cool that the employees and Mr. Thompson worked on. And I don't know who was all involved. I thought I saw Carly walking in. Who all worked on this, Carly?
Me, Warren, Vic, and Vicky Lee.
Vicky Lee, Warren, and Carly. They worked on a packet that will be handed to everybody. If they are a visitor coming into the fort, they will be handed this packet. And in this packet has a map, it has restaurants, it has information about the museum, it has all, a bunch of stuff in here. This is a step in the right direction. And this is the kind of stuff that makes a big, big difference for people coming in here. So really proud of them for doing this and thankful. And just want to give them praise for doing that. And I think that's about it.
Committee reports. Do we have an airport report? No.
Gotta go.
Okay.
Gotta go.
Architecture.
Since the
Board's December 9th meeting, we tabled one permit request until we received more information, and we approved one permit. We have not met 3 times during this period due to lack of quorum or lack of permits. We are in desperate need of members to step up and serve on this committee. The committee is required for an HOA. Joe Alactus will be leaving the committee March 31st after having served many years off and on. That will reduce us to 3 members, the absolute minimum required. One of our members often cannot attend due to work. Therefore, if you want to make any changes to your property, you may be delayed due to lack of commitment to this committee.
Oh, Francis. Now, before you were requesting people to come to 4 consecutive meetings, is that still a requirement?
We can relax that if we need to. The reason we did 4 is so that someone that thinks they're interested in the committee can get a good overall view of how we handle things.
Okay.
If they come and we have a lot of business, then they'll get to see a lot. We don't.
Well, and the more you have, the easier it is if people have to be out.
Yes. And we're down now to where if somebody gets sick, we just won't be meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Would we take those on if it needs to get approved?
Sure.
We'll do that. We'll make a plan.
Golf report? Anything?
You got it.
I don't have one. You saw one? Oh, okay. Golf Committee Report, January 25th, 2024. Fort Clark Golf Committee met on January the 6th, 2024 to discuss the 35th Annual Las Moras Hoagie Nelson Memorial Golf Tournament. This tournament is sponsored by individuals and businesses that support the Brackettville Independent School District, seniors, and the Fort Clark Golf Course. The proceeds of this tournament include 2 $1,000 scholarships for BISD seniors, with the balance going towards improvements of the golf course. The tournament will be held March 9th and 10th, with a practice round on March 8th. Donations to this tournament can be made by contacting David Mann. Respectfully submitted, Katie Brown.
Recycling? Oops,
Preservation.
I checked you off too soon. I'm so sorry. All right, you're done.
Feels so unnecessary. Okay, Preservation Committee, January 2024 report. The Preservation Committee held its first meeting of 2024 on January 10th. We had 2 special guests attending, Tony Hackbill, our liaison, and Richard Moore. They were both very helpful in giving us advice on helping find additional qualified contractors to assist us in catching up with our repaired workload. We're going to concentrate on using contractors with specific skill sets to bid on more than one building at a time. Time will tell if this is a successful strategy for this area's historic buildings. Any questions on that?
Do you all have anything in mind yet, or are you still?
Well, I'll give you a little update. I wasn't sure about it at the time I wrote this, but
Okay.
our specific example of that is the window repair. Well, glass and screen repair. We have so much of that to deal with. So I have recently signed a deal or put the proposal into the system yet. I'm fixing to imminently, and it's for Global Glass in Del Rio. I met with the head of Global Glass and his manager the other day, and we went over. We're going to combine Seminole, Dickman Hall, and the Service Club in window repair.
Okay.
All 3 of them, and we walked all 3 of those buildings. I had Jack Marsh assisting me on that, one member of our committee, and so we're going to try something a little different in that we're going to submit these as a group proposal, and these folks, they require 50%. because there's a lot of material involved in this. And they know exactly pretty much. The nice thing about this is, until I found out how much money we had, they said
Did I say 50? I think it was 25. I don't.
we were thinking we to set up to where the price comes down to per window. So if we elected on these proposals to not do as many windows per building, we could have done that. And so, but we're considering our financial situation and the fact that we're so far behind on windows situation that we're going to go for the broke, at least with 3 buildings. And again, on the financial situation, I would request a written report of at your earliest opportunity.
Yes, sir.
For the benefit of our treasurer, myself. Any other questions?
And maybe I'm not recollecting right, but I thought I had heard somebody say at one point that we had a bunch of glass for some of the windows that were just never put in. Is that something I just
I
dreamed?
have not heard about that personally.
Okay. Well,
That's not impossible.
I was hoping somebody would jump up and say yes. It must have just been a rumor.
I would
Okay.
appreciate the help if anybody's got a glass storage around here,
Well,
But
maybe put it out on Facebook or something.
Well, yeah.
Hey, yeah.
We also have another situation where we're gonna get a little more strict with contractors. They need to be bonded and insured, which we were, tiptoeing around the area of getting in trouble there for the future. I'm not saying we were, but at a minimum, they need to have insurance. And so that's,
And
Yeah.
carefully assess whether we give them 50% up front or not.
well, I hate to conflict with your opinion there, but that's San Antonio. That's not Del Rio Valley. I wish we had if they had the competition, here in our area, it would work probably. I mean, we could negotiate a little less down payments.
There you go.
San Antonio, they can get away with that, but
Yeah.
out here, it's a little different animal.
I understand.
As everybody probably knows that have to get work done on their residences, have anything done.
Sure.
Any other questions?
No? Thank you.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
There was an additional quote given for the commissary, and Jason has it.
Oh, okay.
Windows, for the windows in the commissary.
Okay, well, that's, because that's not,
That's not
Not part of
That's
No,
preservation.
it's a
Yeah.
different bid, but
Yeah.
he has it from the same company that he's trying to get in here.
oh, okay.
Right, and that's why we're kind of keeping that separate for now.
You
It's
also,
not one of the 6 buildings.
you also have a bid for the Dickman Hall, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I do, yes. And in fact, that's one of the 3 buildings that I'll be on this one proposal that I'm gonna put in. I'm gonna combine them and I'll explain.
Okay.
For Cindy's benefit and for y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's gonna work. I want to just get one check for all 3 of the buildings so we don't cut down on the paperwork.
Okay.
And these prices are only good for 10 days, so that's another factor we need to
Oh,
kind
he'll get over that.
of get rolling.
Okay.
I
That's just an old contractor
I would
trick.
appreciate y'all's time, the people that have to co-sign these checks, I would appreciate your cooperation in that regard.
Sometimes it's really.
All right, thank you.
He's talking to you, Jason.
I'm here all the time, I don't know.
All right, recycling. Did they send anything
Yes.
in? Okay.
Yeah, there's one. Helena McBride submitted this. We're waiting for building installation to be scheduled. Also waiting for a check from the last shipment of recyclables that they made. Thanks to Vita Kelly and Warren from the RV park for making the recycle bins for the RV park. Signed, Helena McBride.
We need one here in the building.
Lost Morris Restoration Project. They kind of gave theirs at the last,
Yeah.
at this previous meeting, because they are pretty much done with us, unless we can convince them on some new project. So that leaves us with the election committee.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. We're almost there. January 31st is the 60-day mark. Gabby will be printing lists for all the committees and labels for us. Again, to assure getting a ballot, make any changes you have, whether it's you've sold property, you've bought property, you've transferred property, need to have it done by the 31st. You may not get a ballot if you if you make changes before we send the ballots out. Still, let Gabby know and we'll pick up those late comers. But once those ballots go, that's it. There's really no recourse for you. So please, last year we had gotten it down to like 19 returns. 2 years ago, last year we had like 30 or 40. I don't know why, but just please, that's what happened. Someone is a snowbird, winter Texan. You've got to have, wherever you're going to be when the ballots are sent out on February 9th is where we need that address. Also, once the ballots hit the mail, which is on the 9th, the only person that can help you replace the ballot, lost ballot, damaged ballot is Tony, our secretary. He is the only one with the authority to make any changes like that. And when you do that, realizes that you have to prove that you haven't already sent a ballot in, because one will be tossed or both of them tossed by the auditor. So we will be labeling and counting out everything on the 7th. This was the committee only because we're handling ballots.
The 7th?
The 7th.
Here.
Here in the boardroom.
And we're certifying the 6th, is that right? The rolls? Or is the roll supposed to be certified by the 6th? That's the deadline. Right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. Gabby's going to print on 31st or the 1st or 2nd. And that's the only time that we need anything certified, but we don't have a GM. So probably going to fall to Tony. Okay? We're going to label all the envelopes, the ballots, excuse me. Then we put ballot, pamphlet, each of the 2 envelopes in 50 count packets. And we work in groups of 50 and count. And then on mailing day, we probably count 20 times just to make sure we get everybody. So that'll be on the 9th. We need at least 12 people. We have 8 coming from the candidates. I've got one other already, Kathy Warren, has agreed to help us. We need at least 12 people so we can get everything out by 10, 10:30, 11.
On the 9th, all the volunteers will be here on the 9th. At what time? At what time?
We usually start around 8:30.
8:30.
But all you have to do is email or text or call any of the committee members if you're volunteering. But we need at least 12. Probably not more than 14. It gets too crowded and we run into other problems. And as soon as we deliver the trays of ballots to the post office, the election committee is done. We cannot help you after that. We have nothing else to do. Once they're in the mail, our responsibilities are complete. So if you do have questions, please do channel them to Tony. Any questions about what we're doing or when we're doing it?
So on the 9th, the stuffing will happen in the morning, and then by noon, 1 o'clock, the envelopes will be at the mail.
Yeah.
Friday afternoon on the 9th.
We'll get them it depends on when we're done. We make a final count. Sometimes that final count is 2 or 3. Last year, we had, because of some problems at one of the tables, we had to open a bunch of envelopes. We eventually got Alan's scale, and so we mailed things. We weighed everything so we wouldn't have to open envelopes. And the ballots again this year will be a different color, so that when you get it, it should be yellow we requested. But that way we know what the ballot is. We can just look in an envelope and make sure that there's a piece of yellow paper in there. So, yeah.
What are you doing on the 7th?
We are labeling
Okay.
the ballots. Then we put everything with rubber bands in 50 count bundles. Each table gets 4 50 count bundles. They will stuff them, count them before sealing them, and then we count them again before they go in the mailing trays. And then once everybody's done and dismissed, committee goes back and counts again in the trays. If we run into labels, that are not clear, you can't read them, Gabby's on deck to type them out by hand, because some of these, estate labels run over the size of the label, because they're just sometimes 4 or 5 lines. So she's there to make all the corrections for us. So hopefully, as in the past, we'll only be off by 1, and then we always find it.
Okay, so on the 7th, you're just gonna do labels.
Yes.
But the volunteers.
No,
until
committee
the
only.
9th. Okay.
Because we'll be handling ballots. That night, they'll go in the safe, just the ballots. Doesn't matter, the rest of it isn't confidential. Just the ballots will go in safe, and then we'll pick them up on the 9th and start the process.
Now, the members' meeting will be on the 30th or the 23rd of March?
I don't have.
Is it the 4th or last Saturday?
It's the last Saturday.
Saturday.
March 30th will
Yes.
be members' meeting.
Right, you can't change that one.
Yes, March 30th.
You can't change that one.
I don't want to, I want to confirm it, that's why.
Yeah.
Uh,
Last Saturday of the month,
March 30th.
and we've already, Cassie has done a really good job working with the committee. I'm very pleased with the help that she's given us. She has contacted the same audit firm, and they will send someone. And I highly recommend that at the meeting, you repeat what she says. You know, once she reads it, then one of you, president, secretary, whoever decides to, read it again, clearly to membership. That always comes up.
Well, last year, if I recall, she read the year before.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So
She had to call and,
so
yes.
hopefully they'll be on top of it.
Yes. Any other questions? Can I take questions from the members?
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions?
Oh, what?
I'm going faster.
Oh, I'm pretty fast, but I was slow in mine. So when the ballot stuffing is for the volunteers,
The 9th,
it's
yes.
the night at what time?
Let's just say 11, let's just say 9:30, 8:30.
8:30 here?
We've got committee members here, so I'll hear it too. 8:30 on the 9th.
Perfect, thank you.
Sandy, can you clarify something?
Sure.
Because I think this is something that's gone around, I'm sure, in years past, and last year. Is there any way that a member of the election committee can know how any particular member votes?
No,
And can you explain why?
it's impossible. We have no way of knowing how you vote. Once the trays are delivered to the post office, they go to the auditor. There's no way any election committee member can know how anyone voted, unless that person tells a committee member, I'm going to vote like this. Because once those trays are delivered, we no longer have physical contact. It becomes the post office's problem to get them delivered. And it becomes the auditor's problem to open them and count them and report them. So yes, you're right. That has gone around before, that the election committee knows how everybody votes. Impossible. We just don't have access to the completed ballots. They're in Eagle Pass. Isn't that where I think
Yes.
she is. Eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah. They deliver them to Eagle Pass. And we don't see them again, which is why we no longer have anything to do with it once the ballots are delivered to the post office.
Thank you.
There, Sandy, when they get to Eagle Pass, they don't come back.
No, we don't get them back. We have a right to them after the election. They can give them back to us in boxes, but the election has been called at that point, and they're just shreddable or burnable or what. I think they shred them at the auditor's office because we've never gotten a box back, to my knowledge.
One last question.
Sure.
If somebody here in the audience does not get a ballot, well, better yet, how many ballots were doled out after they were mailed out last year because the person didn't receive it, more or less?
You'd have to ask whoever was secretary last year.
Okay.
Because again, Tony's the guy. He's the only one that's going to know how many people called to have ballots replaced.
It was Chris Race, and I got 2 out of mine. She gave it to me, no problem.
Okay.
All right.
And that's why I'm repeating myself. Once they're delivered to the post office, the committee has nothing more to do with the election. And we will be then asking you to take us off the agenda and to suspend the committee until September meeting, when a new committee will be. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Don't listen to rumors. If you hear something, ask. Okay? We don't need any QAnon followers out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sandy.
Community council report.
I got a little more efficient and printed you all out a copy.
Oh, my God.
But you can see I'm not very good at setting up paper.
Don't give me
So, during our January meeting, which is Community Council annual meeting, we elected and installed myself as president, Francis Bitter as treasurer. However, we will need to elect a new president because I am moving out of state within the next 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. My move-in date on my new house is March 15th. And that all happened after we had our meeting. It's been kind of a sped-up process. If you are willing and able to fill this vacancy, please talk to Dennis Left or H.N. Bitter and let them know of your willingness to serve. Vacancies will be filled by appointment by the Community Council Board of Directors. At our last meeting, Tom Kovacs presented a proposal to initiate a raffle to raise funds to assist and develop various projects for the enhancement of Fort Clark Springs and the community, which are to preserve, protect, and promote the historical resources of Fort Clark Springs for its citizens, the visiting public, and future generations. This is taken from our Community Council Constitution as our purposes. Community members responded favorably, and a committee was formed to proceed with this fundraising effort. Following a motion to form a committee with a second to the motion, followed by a lengthy discussion and a vote by community council members, the Fort Clark Springs Community Council Raffle Committee was formed and consists of the following members. I think you're here. Alicia, Tom, Maria, didn't see Maria, Kim Tripp, and Marianne Oliver. The committee members will choose a chairperson to lead the group. Community Council has a separate bank account set up for this committee. It's modeled on it's the same model we use for Fort Clark Days. The above mentioned raffle is now underway and to date has sold 14 tickets and raised $700. This is within the first week. The committee will have a table at the Texas Gun Show in San Antonio, February 2nd through 4th. And at that time, they will also be handing out other Fort Clark Springs brochures. Fort Clark Springs Security Manager Matt Bland addressed the community regarding community concerns and expectations regarding our security services. His presentation was well received and he responded to questions from the community members present. Fort Clark Days, they have meetings scheduled weekly all through February on Wednesday at 6. Did you want to add anything to that? And the Eclipse Committee has meetings February 4th and 18th, and then every week throughout March on Sunday afternoon at 2 at 1:30. Correct your paper. And I know you've addressed this, but I can't get up here in front of you and not say, please strike the roads. You don't need to wait for a fatality.
I agree with your sentiments. Yeah, unfortunately, we're kind of, it takes the school, mud, and us to get it all done, so.
It was just another very near miss. So, I've actually been shoved off the road too, so.
Yeah.
Any questions from anyone? caliber is the gun that you guys are raffling off? You know it, ask that.
It's a Henry
Yes.
44 Magnum, right? Lever action. Yeah, I knew more about it than you thought I did.
Well,
You're way too excited.
hey, I'm trying to learn how to use the QR code, okay?
We had a committee meeting, or they had a committee meeting, and I showed up because I think I have that. You know, they let me have that anyway. And they granted my wish, and I bought the first ticket. So ticket number 1 went.
But you should be present to win, right? So you can't go
No,
anywhere.
no, you don't have to be present. In fact, if you're out of state traveling or
I
whatever,
like those Henry rifles and I can't afford them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
they have made the rule is that if you want it shipped, it's shipped from one licensed firearms dealer to another, and you have to pick it up there. Anything you want to add, any of the committee members?
No.
Any?
Not off track, but it's probably important. You're gonna have a candidates forum.
Oh, yes,
I forgot to bring that up.
me too. Candidates forum is the 10th, and we do have an appeal. We would really like to have an import theater.
We're working on it.
Okay, we really would. When we had the Christmas movie, it was my duty to go upstairs and turn the lights off, some switch. And when I did, I saw a pilot light burning. And I thought, well, why can't we have heat if we have a pilot light? And we have propane tank out there. The explanation I received recently was that to have the forum in the theater starting in the mornings, they have to heat the building all night and it might be a risk. However, we have security 24/7. So I'm just voicing, why can't they light that thing? And
Well, we can clarify with Philip, because we have done that in the past, the whole time, every time we showed movies or did anything
Yeah.
like that, we always did.
and we didn't have it on for the Christmas movie. It would have helped because we had kids shopping. But you never know how cold it's going to be, but we would very much like to have it available.
We also have an issue with the chairs and that type of thing to be set up.
No, we're working on it.
Well, those chairs, though, I think they need to be mounted, or they can just,
No, they're
Nope.
good to go.
they're good to go?
Yeah, just trust us.
Okay.
Trust me.
Easy.
What time is the candidate?
Trust but verify.
Okay, it is community council's regular meeting date and time. So it's at 10 o'clock. Our board will have a brief meeting, because we always have one at 9:30. So from 9:30 to 10, but right at 10, we'll start the forum. And we have a format for questions and responses and how that'll take place. Okay?
Ms. Barber, right now, if the theater is not gonna be ready, it might not be ready, just in case the backup plan, we have the NCO set aside.
I've reserved the
Okay.
NCO club, but I don't want to use that.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
Is that your final wish as president?
That's my final wish as president.
By the way, I bought 2 raffles.
I've got my siblings buying them.
Can we buy a hard copy ticket from anybody?
Question. That's a yes, isn't it?
No,
So the way it works is we're doing through Raffle Creator, so it's all online. So you can actually, you can physically pay me, but I still have to enter your information online,
Okay.
and they would email you the actual ticket number. And the way the winner will be decided is it'll be randomly generated from the website itself.
No.
So we have no hand in who wins.
I got you.
I do have one thing to add, is that either that way or physical tickets, if it happens,
Correct. So we can print
By
them all.
Fort
we can
Clark
print them all
days.
out. Mhm.
the gun club will have the raffle tickets physically
Mhm.
at their booth during Fort Clark days.
Yes, we will.
oh, you know.
I ain't doing that QR.
Say,
Okay.
But regardless, to clarify, you guys will still get the actual ticket number via email. So you can have that piece of paper you fill out, but either way, you're gonna get emailed to.
It'd probably be easier to do that way. No doubt. I want to add something regarding the theater. Alicia Christian has been a big help and Ms. Bitter in trying to get it organized. They're in the process of getting the floors buffed, hopefully, either tomorrow or this weekend.
May
That's kind of like what's happening.
may I just?
Yes, please.
Okay. So when I don't prepare to talk, that's when I get. Okay, so regarding the theater, Adam has graciously volunteered to buff the floor. So I'm going to Del Rio in the morning. Russell Hardware has a buffer for Brant. And we're gonna get I'm gonna pick up the appropriate supplies, get back here at 10 o'clock, and we're gonna buff the floors while Mary Ann Oliver there, who's my special assistant, and I will go through and the guys are gonna help us too, and try and remove some chairs from the bad group that might help this good group, one of their chairs look better. So we're gonna do all of that, and then Sunday, we've got a small team that we're gonna try and start moving the chairs out of the commissary, leaving a few behind. But if we don't get all of that done before the band starts playing on Sunday, then maintenance can help us finish it out on Tuesday.
Probably not Tuesday,
Well, then,
Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday is really tough on me.
that's fine. Kind of February 1st is my drop dead date to get those chairs out of there and decide which ones need to go away altogether.
Thank you, Lee.
I was gonna mention that, see if we can get them to work maybe Tuesday afternoon, if not Wednesday morning, but then that, I didn't know.
Well,
about
we may finish
Okay,
on Sunday. We hope.
Thank you. All right, next item is email votes. We have one email vote for a pest control contract for the motel. And I didn't finish that. So. Empty. My packet was empty. So we've signed a contract with Wilson Pest Control for the motel. As some of you know, we've had a few bug issues and such. So, oh, I'm sorry. So we had a vote for that. It's $975 a month. Right? Wilson Pest Control. So this should take care of any issues that we have that have been ongoing, and we should be really lovely by Poor Clark days. And I mean, we're lovely now, but really, really lovely by Poor Clark days in the eclipse. So and that was all we had for that, and that was a unanimous vote. No old unfinished business. Our first discussion action item is reaffirm fiscal year budget.
I'll start off, just open it up. Does anybody have any questions about why this is on the agenda and or anything related? Okay, so,
Jay has a question.
yes, ma'am.
I just had a question, that's right.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that the budget doesn't allot payroll to specific departments. Was there a reason that you did not do that?
It does, it's just not in this budget.
Okay, so this is just a summary.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
I
It does, and a lot of that's getting a lot better. Lisa could go in depth about it, but the way Triumvir is structuring everything, it'll be way more accurate than it's ever been. Payroll hasn't necessarily been a problem in the past as far as where classifications are allotted, but sometimes, like Philip and I identified some issues this morning where, fuel, fuel goes to maintenance, it goes to golf course, and it goes to security, but that's not broke out. So there's some things like that that we are kind of getting a little bit more granular on. But this is just a summary.
I think I actually wanted to make sure that it covered the summer, because generally the budget is several pages long.
Yes.
It was really long, and to print a ton, yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that because after the 2020 special election, we found out that was the budget. Just wanted to make clear.
Well, the original budget was 66 pages. So.
But in 2020, it was 2, and we
Oh.
want to make, well, in 2019, 2020, it was 2. We want to make sure that this is a summary and that. the
Yes.
budget is-
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing that up.
And, we could possibly print a few to leave up at the long ones,
It would
but
be
most of the time,
probably-
nobody goes to pick them up.
No, most people.
Or upon request.
Maybe after it gets a little more. Thank you.
Consolidated, yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sandy.
So as y'all know, in the previous meetings, we've said that we were using this budget. This is Mr. Peterson's budget for 2023. Okay,
Sorry. I actually looked it up, and we did vote to keep this budget in September.
right.
Okay.
But we just want to re-clarify. We want to just clarify with proper notice that some of the reasons we're using this is that Triumvir still has to do their process to figure out where everything, kind of the buckets, if we got 30 buckets, where everything kind of needs to go. And so this might change in the middle of the year, and it might not change, and we might be able to get it all the way into next September. But Property Code 209, as we've been schooled now, anytime there's an amendment change, we have to come to an open meeting and vote on that amendment change. So we're trying to not make a bunch of changes. We're gonna operate off of this, and then if you have questions about our profit and loss, or hey, money's, lack of a better way to put it, going out the door, as we recently heard, this is not your profit and loss will kind of maybe subside some of your worries, okay? And then we are trying to stay within the confines of this budget until we get to the point that Triumvir is done with their work enough to be able to then either say, let's make it to September and keep the membership updated to where we are in this budget, and then come up with an entire new budget in September, or amend this one. And with that, does anybody else have anything?
I don't know if it's the appropriate time or not, and this question may have been asked and answered previously, I just wasn't here. Has there been progress on securing or getting a new general manager, and is there any progress to that?
We have approximately 20 applications that we are gonna be workshopping in the next week or so, to whittle that down a little bit before we go ahead and schedule interviews. So that's where we're at.
Where have you looked? Everywhere? San Antonio, Houston, Dallas?
Yeah, we've been using Indeed, and then as you all know, Brittany had volunteered because she was a recruiter. She's also reaching out through Indeed to pull ones in. We're not just waiting for the ones that come to us, but she's going out there and either trying to pull them in or get them to give them another name for someone else.
Thank you.
I think another way to answer that is that we have applicants from all over the country.
That's great.
So I saw
I think
some
we
from,
declined one from Russia.
yeah. We have applicants from Colorado, from Illinois, from all over the place. So
What are the specifications for qualifications for a general manager here?
that's a great question. It would take us a while to answer that.
The notice is out.
I think
we posted the notice with the qualifications that we were looking for.
oh well, yeah, I think I thought he was asking kind of a different question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe
Yeah.
it was.
In my mind, I guess. But yeah, as far as a job description, is that what you're asking?
Essentially,
We posted that.
you did?
Yes.
I'm the world's worst at reading.
That's okay.
That sort of thing, because you get so much
Junk?
quote unquote junk that you can or cannot believe, depending on your vulnerability or your gullibility.
With that, if nobody has any other questions, I make a motion to reaffirm this fiscal year budget for 2024.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. All right, previous assessment increase. Most of you here probably knows about the fun we've been having. I'm going to just start by clarifying. I think I want to start just to clarify. In September of 21, Property Code 209, well, it was actually March of 21, but it didn't go into effect till September of 21, changed the notice of a board meeting from 72 hours to 144. Peterson and Julie, they set up giving notice the week before, over 144 hours before, but we are now made aware of you have to have the agenda 144 hours. We can't make the notice and then put the agenda at 72 hours. So part of this clarification is for the assessment is to do this properly, because we don't want to do it wrong. We've been doing it as it's been done, and now that we know that it's, it needs to be changed, that's what we're doing. We're not perfect. I mean, I think we say that a lot. Nobody is, but we're willing to. We want to fix anything that gets done wrong. And I mean, I think you all know. We're just here to get it right and to do what needs to be done. So, the previous assessment increase, in the second assessment increase, was voted on in November. And we have that total. So what we're going to do is have that discussion again in front of everybody, and re-vote on the assessment that we already voted on, because we've given proper notice and we're live streaming, so there shouldn't be any concerns. I do want to also clarify, I saw some things, some people have some confusion about the restricted fund. In our declaration, we have what's called the reserve fund, restricted fund, to defray costs of creating subdivisions, provisions for offsite improvements, capital improvements, maintenance, historic preservation, all of those things. So that's above and beyond. So when you look at your assessment, your residential assessment is like $47, and then your member assessment is $48, but there's another $5 tacked on the top that goes to restricted fund. It is not part of the P&L. It is not part of our budget. It is the separate account to take care of capital improvements, 40-ton ACs or, that type of thing. Because I know there was some confusion on that, so I just wanted to clarify what that was. And out of that $5, 25% of it goes to preservation. So 75% stays with the restricted fund for capital improvements, and 25% goes to maintain our historical status on our buildings. Does anybody have any questions about that? Nope. Okay. At our last one, we made a motion to increase the residential rate from $45.99 to $47, and the member rate from $47.14 to $48. And to increase the restricted fund from $4.36 to $5. So it came out to a total of $53 for the member assessment, and then $100 total if you own one lot and have an improved residential on there. Did you want to? Oh, I thought you were going to say something. Oh, okay. I guess. Do we have any discussion on this? Is there any?
Do you have any concerns about an allegation that was made that we were required to have a workshop?
For a budget?
Yes.
No, because that's not required in 209 or our documents. I mean, it's good business practice, and when we get to that point with Triumvir, then we will have a budget workshop to create the new budget. Linda?
The numbers that we paid last month won't change.
Well, that is a discussion.
I'm just want to make sure I
understand
because I don't want to get
because of the request to.
Well, let's just talk about it. I mean, what do y'all think? I mean, what do you think is fair?
Well, I don't say, I'm not
Does
saying fair or unfair. I just want to know what to subtract out of my account. So
Is it
that's
gonna
the bottom
remain the
line.
same?
Well, we have two issues. We can either leave it the same. There are those that have concerns with that because of not proper notice, and so then we can give a credit for the increase of last month and start the increase February 1st.
It's up to you guys. I just
That
want
would, that.
Sandy?
Going backwards.
Well-
After Sandy.
Okay, we're gonna have an input here.
First of all, this comes from the Omnibus Act 1588 that was effective on September 1st
Of this year?
of 21.
21, okay.
I think that since you first started discussing this in, was it October?
September.
Well, actually August, I
October,
think,
then
yeah.
you noticed in November, then you noticed in December,
Yes, ma'am.
then you noticed in January, and you've now noticed again in January. I think it's obvious that the notice has exceeded 6 days. And that I don't see any reason to recalculate the CPI from when we did it the first time, because the CPI hasn't changed from when it was done in July of 23, which is what we have been doing, what is according to our declaration when we do this. So it has to be the same time every year once it's been started. So I'm all for just taking the information you've already given us, discuss what it is, and then have to vote again. But I did have I have a question. Did we, I've read 1588 according to 209.0051, chapter 209, and it speaks to, I haven't, it speaks to notices of a regular board meeting must be posted and sent. So apparently we've been told by our attorney, or we have interpreted this, that posted that as amended, notices of a regular board meeting include the agenda as a notice, and that's why the agenda is also 6-day notice, because it says.
That's our understanding from 209, yes.
Okay.
And that
Make
wasn't
sure,
being.
I'm just not trying to get you guys out of trouble, but if we do not have to have the agenda posted, because sometimes.
It is very hard to have it, yeah.
Yeah, having done a number of those, you're actually allowed to change them. You aren't even required, under the old statute, you weren't even required to have an agenda until the morning of the meeting. And you're allowed to change that agenda up to the time of the meeting.
Yeah, and
So-
209 doesn't really speak to changes, just
No,
that it have to
it
go
doesn't.
out.
Neither does the new one. It only speaks to, as it says, as amended, notices of a regular board meeting must be posted and sent to the registered mail address of members of the Property Owners Association at least 144 hours instead of 72 before the meeting. And by posting, they define that as by email or whatever, electronic or.
That's the way he's looking it up.
It does.
I was gonna just mention one thing. When the assessment went up in November, I regret on behalf of the board that we did not send out a notice via dispatch that the assessment went up. We're gonna go up on January 1st. I think a lot of that, what's happened recently, that was kind of this, I guess, a spark to where we are today. And that's our regret. That was our fault.
It was an oversight. Yeah.
Mea culpa, that's it. So here we are trying to correct it.
Okay, so didn't at the last meeting last year, you say, or maybe a meeting or two before that, you said that you were gonna keep the rate after you found out the so-called problem. You were gonna keep the rate exactly as it was last year, and then if we have time, you had time to make your adjustments, et cetera, you were gonna put the new rate into effect on January 1st.
Yes, we did. We did say that, but we didn't send out a paper notice or
dispatch.
Or a dispatch. And there isn't anything that I think that requires that. We sent out a paper notice the first one, and then walked that one back. And decided to wait, and then voted in November, and that one didn't get a paper notice.
But isn't the rate increases up to the board, not the membership?
Correct.
Correct.
Right? So you can say, as far as I'm concerned, you could say in November, for example, hey, we're going to have a rate increase of $3 starting in October, period. Done. I would say you will always say a notice or a heads up. But as far as you making the changes, you make the changes.
No, I know, and although we're not required, it has been the standard practice to send out a paper notice, because there's people that don't live here, people that don't, we don't have all the emails, which is also something that we're correcting. There is a letter going out to the entire membership, with the rate increase, if we vote the same way we voted before. Along with a sheet trying to ask to get people's email, because that is our documents in 209. Our email is our formal means of communication, which means we don't have to mail a note saying that your rates are going up. To send one out is over $900. So
Save the money.
yes.
Yep.
So we're going to send this one out with the notification. We're also any balances on accounts, will also get a sheet in there, and a sheet to get the information, to get your email, so that we can start also invoicing everybody every month through email for their assessments. Yes, Carl.
Probably about to get myself in a whole lot of trouble, and I don't know a lot of people in here.
I don't think there's any pitchforks, so I think you're okay.
Made a remark a moment ago, she wasn't trying to get you guys out of trouble.
Go for it.
I don't think you're in that much trouble, to be honest with you. I think kudos to this board for the progress that has been made in the time that it has been made, especially due to the employee upheavals of the past year. I, like anybody else, am concerned about how much money we take in, how much money we spend,
Yes.
et cetera, to the point where an operating budget, as you all know, you're a businessman, is a necessity. It should be done on time, every time. To have the membership informed of how much money we take in and how much money we spend is right here for anybody to read. I made a remark to Lisa when I walked in. I said, you just answered all my questions, so I'll just leave. But this assessment increase is so minor over the total scope of the problems that we have on this floor, it has to be laughable for anybody to want to reject such a minor increase. I personally think it should be considerably larger, taking in consideration the operating budget as it really should be, and a planned capital improvement budget over a timeline sufficient to institute that capital improvement budget and the funds necessary over a time period to accomplish the things that you want to do in a capital improvement budget.
Mm-hmm.
Striping, pools, roadways, all of the things that we're suffering from, rundown properties, all of these things that bring us down each and every year to a lower level. You can't fix these things with an operating budget. You can only pay the bills. You have to have a capital improvement budget. You have to have a timeline to institute that budget. And you have to have the capital to do it. So these $2 and $3 rate increases, while they may keep our heads a little above water, last quarter we were down $6,000. You know, that may, I don't know how many members are paying, how many aren't. I don't know how many overdue assessments there are. You guys are privy to all that stuff. I'm just saying we make so much noise over a $3 increase when we need a $50 increase to really bring the sport back, and that may not be nearly enough to do it. That's all I need.
One more.
Oh, I'll be in. Okay. I definitely.
Make it good.
He said. I'm not the one more?
No, you are, so make it good. So make it good, because you're in.
Always is good. Okay, so here we go. We've been coming here for a long time, as everybody knows. I'm going to try to be very nice also. I really appreciate the fact that the increase is for January 1st. It might be a little bitty thing, but every time we get our bills from Medicare, ARP, Medicare is pretty good. I have to say, okay, we paid 6 months for this one. I have to figure it out. We did that one for this one. I have to figure that one out. I did the same thing when we used to get an increase in the middle of the year. Okay, we paid this much in October, now we're doing that. January 1st is really easy for me to do my bookkeeping. I think everybody should be happy.
That's a one-off, sorry.
But, okay,
Because we do it in October.
but no, I'll substantiate the same thing. For years, people have always complained about this assessment. They don't want to raise it. I'm told I can't. And you know what I told people? That I'm not, obviously, I don't bring my duct tape with me. If you don't like it, you could leave. No one is forcing you to live here. If you can find some place to live better than this, then you should go. Because we are all taken to this. This is one of the greatest places to live, and it's affordable, and we have so much going on for it. And like he said, $3 is not going to kill us because people can always find money to get a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of vodka.
Thank you, Kathy.
Drinking some real cheap vodka.
Drink up the mooch. I think you're going on the right track.
And you
Thank
want
you,
to
I'm done.
say- Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. I want to just say one. I think I've said this before, but before getting on the board, I just thought, and I see this kind of. I think everybody kind of says it in their own household, and then you see it on social media, and you see it, and it's probably been said in here. Everybody thinks there's a smoking gun in the budget. Everybody thinks there's got to be this line that hasn't even been tapped that you can just squeeze it out and we're just going to have so much more money. It doesn't exist, guys. We scoured this budget. There is some money to squeeze out, and with everybody's individual talents on this board, we've identified a lot of stuff. And there's no $50,000 bill to squeeze out, of every department. It's $1,000 here with Jason and the tech side bringing stuff in house. It's a lot of onesies and twosies that we're squeezing out and making it more refined. But if anybody thinks there's several $100,000 floating around in our budget, you're out of your mind. It does not exist. It is not there. And to put this in perspective, our employees on the average probably make less than $13 an hour.
Yeah.
In San Antonio, all the men that work for me are almost 3 times that. It's remarkable to me. Okay, so there is, if we even want to be able to offer our employees, the ones that are, revolutionizing the pro shop, doing stuff like this right here, if we want to reward the employees for doing this and be able to give them raises, these increases are mandatory. That's just to be able to pay people a fair wage. We're not even talking about capital improvement projects. So I was guilty of that. I was very guilty of that because I just thought there's just no way. They got to be throwing money out the door. Sorry, but it doesn't exist. To answer your question, Sandy, I have so many things written and highlighted in 209 now that I've beat myself in the face with it repeatedly. 209.0051 open meetings notification, section E says members shall be given notice of date, hour, place, and general subject of a regular or special board meeting, including the general description of any matter to be brought up for deliberation in executive session. The notice shall be section 2, number 2, provided at least 144 hours before. So we do have to pair the agenda. No, I know. No. I'm just so that everybody knows. We do have to pair the agenda with the notification of meeting. And obviously, the notification of meeting has always gone out a couple of weeks before, but the process for who even knows, 10, 15 years, does it even matter, has been to have the agenda out by Tuesday afternoon. So just so that everybody knows, we're changing that. That's the reason for some of this confusion.
Did I think so? Was that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Well, regarding the assessments, are we headed down the path where we're going to rescind the last one and then re-implement it, or just re-implement it?
Where it is, you got numbers.
Let's not give the employees more credit to put back, take things back. They're already working to go forward. Let's not drag them back.
So it'll stay as is, as of whoever paid in January is going to be the actual rate.
I would say that the people, there's a lot of people who are busy, so I'm certainly not trying to offend anybody that's not here. But the people that are here do not have any problems with that. So if we as a board don't have any problems with that, then I would say that we've all spoken.
So when are we
Vote
implementing?
on it.
January first.
January 1st?
Yes.
Yeah.
Done.
Well, does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move that we affirm the increase that was previously voted on to be effective January the 1st.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Done.
Opposed? Anyone opposed? Okay.
I have a question. How come those that pay it yearly? Already paid
You're good.
long time ago.
You're good.
Long time ago,
Thank you. October.
October.
I pay for the whole year. I budget. I have a budget too. I'm all by myself.
She's gonna owe money,
She's gonna owe money.
because she was paying the old rate.
$36.
I'm paying the old
Oh,
rate,
yeah.
yeah, but that was a yearly rate. I already paid.
It's a
the
$3.
whole
It's almost
year.
like almost a $3 difference from January to September for each one, more or less.
$36.
So call the
$36.
office, ask them for the.
More or less.
Budgets don't count. I'll give you that.
Sorry.
No, the rate can
I
change.
pay the, if you need the money, I pay the.
I understand. The rate can change midstream, and so you
Not when
would,
you put it out saying that it's going to be in October.
that's what the rate was effective in October, but as of
Right, for
January
the
the
year,
1st.
Because she's already paid for the year.
for the year.
Was that the rate
No, you
was even
changed
higher?
the cents.
Didn't we have a higher rate initially and then we pulled it back and then picked a bit lower rounder number?
I don't remember.
Let me-
exactly
let me
the
get-
terminology, but you look at your.
Do you want to, do you want to give me your name afterwards and I can have them
No,
look at
it's
your
fine.
account?
I can afford a few pennies here and there, but you talk about budget, we budget too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's right.
I understand.
You're right.
I mean, you know.
We're very sorry.
We really are. We did not plan for this to be a 4-month ordeal.
Yeah, I don't pay
We
for stuff ahead of
didn't mean
time.
for you to learn that lesson. That's not one we intended you to learn.
So for the record, it is clear that the assessments are notified, stay the same.
We're done.
We're
Yes.
done.
Yes.
When January's done, we're good.
Everything's
Get
good?
rid of 2. All right, then that takes care of both of the next 2 items. So, open listings on for property. Previously, up until December 31st, we had a contract with Hay Realty. And so now, I guess we need to have a quick discussion on whether we had talked about putting, seeing if anybody else would like to put a proposal in. Unfortunately, we never sent out a notice. Seems to be something that happens around here with us. And I apologize. So I guess the conversation is, there's been talk about just opening it up to any realtor instead of having it be just one realtor.
You mean to represent the properties that the board owns? for
Yes, sir.
Developed or undeveloped properties?
Developed.
Fort property.
Fort properties,
Fort
not
properties,
the, yeah.
I think the more the merrier.
Yes.
You know, the greater representation you have of the properties, the greater opportunity you have to sell them. If you've got 5 companies.
The hard part with that, and I'm not saying I either way, the hard part with that is that, you know, when you, with a 6%, which is normal on a lot, it's really hard to get a realtor excited about selling our property.
Unless they have a shot at all of them.
Right.
I see.
But,
I understand.
you know, we could also consider offering like a 10%.
I mean, in reality, we sold
Commission.
like 22 properties last year, totaling like $110,000. So that's a half a house that someone can get a commission off of. So it's not like there's realtors just, I want it all, I want to do it. I've spoken to realtors around town and they're not like, they're like, just open it up and let everyone handle it.
Well,
Is what
maybe
the general
maybe a
consensus.
10% incentive would be a better.
Would help, yeah. If we do a
Because the
10%.
landlord has those properties, are we not responsible for the property taxes?
Yep.
In reality, the percentage is not that much because these lots are 8,000 or
Right.
3,000 or
Right.
5,000. You know, if it's 10 or
It's a
15,
small
we're
amount.
talking about a small amount of money. That would be covered by 1 month's assessment,
You know,
potentially.
if you even looked at the outside part of that and say a 15% commission on selling these properties, the Fort would still save money by getting rid of the tax burden.
Do you recall several years ago, the 20%, they were talking about, what
Yeah.
Clark was saying, that they had given 20% to.
That was what Maria Perkins wanted to do, was to make it 20%.
Wanted to do. 'Cause
I don't think it actually happened, but I'm not even opposed to that, honestly. I want these things off the books and getting assessments and done. We're not dealing with it.
It would be a good incentive for a real estate broker to represent the property regardless of the cost of the property. And the more of them we sell, the less tax burden we have, and the more revenue we're going to produce in the long run by the dues that the people pay on these properties. It's
Yeah.
it's
Well,
an easy.
that's
thing to
correct.
do.
Last year when we talked about this, I said the number needed to be between 12 and 14%.
Give them 20% and be done with it and get rid of it.
There's multiple problems here. This is what I do for a living. And what's going to happen, and it always happens, is, you've got 100 lots and you're like, well, we want to sell all that 100 lots. But what happens is the cherry pick comes along, and then you get down, you keep whittling, and then it gets harder and harder and harder and harder. And you get down where you got 20 lots and you just giving them, you literally can't give them away.
Right.
If we sold what we have now, we probably got like 400-ish on the books. If you did it at 15%, it's hardly enough money for any realtor to go through the process that a realtor goes through, which is sign a contract, advertising, MLS. So you got to put it on MLS, right? So you can't have 16 realtors putting on. They're not going to do it. It costs money to run MLS. You can't take the same lot and put it 6 times on MLS. It's all going to get confusing. So for me, for somebody to invest their time to do this, it has to be one realtor getting a decent percentage. It doesn't mean that another realtor can't get it. Matter of fact, it makes it easier for them to get it. All the lots are still for sale. They can still run into, realtor 1 has a contract and realtor 2 through 6 to bring a buyer and still get a split commission that's higher than they would get in any other, commission setup. But obviously, due to the amount, it's going to be very minimal.
Well, since you do this for a living, then what would be your opinion of?
It needs to be one realtor.
Okay.
And they need to be.
What would the percentage be to that realtor to?
We just went through that.
Yeah, 12 to 14%.
14.
And it's still not a lot of money. You're still not talking about anybody's getting rich. I mean, you're still only talking like if they sold every single lot $50,000.
And some of these properties are in rather depressed areas, are they not?
Right.
Some of them, or they're in a good area, but they're very small and they will
Right.
have to purchase more than one in order to build on. Yeah, because we are getting down to the lots that are,
I
I think
would-
we have 50 to 60 left.
I would say
That's it.
a spectacular year would be one realtor having this, let's say, I'm just hypothetically, they had a 15% commission. And at the end of the year, if they made 15 grand, they probably did pretty good. And that doesn't include their time meeting buyers, their time on the phone with other agents, their time entering and updating MLS, developing a plan, whatever, advertising. It's a mess. It's going to be really hard to get all these lots sold, but we do need to try to achieve that goal. And I disagree with the idea of having a bunch of realtors all in the mix. They can still get that commission, a portion of that commission.
Well, that would be my experience in the property business, since I'm a pilot. I don't know anything about selling property.
Yeah.
Well,
I would think that,
You have a co-pilot, so the same thing, you have a realtor and.
I would think that, an incentive commission to then one singular realtor who will do the advertising and expect to get a little more money out of the deal, even though, how many properties do we have left?
50 to 60, I'd have to count. Yeah, that's what we have left.
And they're probably not the most ideal properties that we're in.
No. And how did that work if somebody on the fort wants to buy a lot, or somebody walks up to the office and wants to buy a lot? If we are going through a realtor, do they have to go through a realtor, or can they buy it directly from us?
Real estate contracts can state, and we may not get any realtors that are interested because of this, but if we write a contract this way, in this manner, but you can put a clause in the contract that the seller reserves the right to sell their own property.
Okay.
And then at the end of the day, if somebody comes to the office and decides to buy it and they're off the street, whatever, the fort can reserve that right. But it may end up deterring somebody from wanting to sign that
You're
contract as far as.
disincentivizing the real estate broker to come in and try to really.
Right.
But it really raises the price of the lot, as I found out. And Jason found out, when you have to go through a realtor if you're just buying a lot.
Yeah.
Because the commission's in there, there's all the extra fees. But, and I'm, like I said, I'm not on either side. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Even if we gave them a really fat commission, that's not much motivation. That you're talking 20 grand, 15, that's like you sell a $250,000 house or something, you get that much. So you go and sell one house, decent, nice house in Uvalde, and you got the same you got off of busting 25 lots out of here. And how much paperwork did you have to do, and how many people did you have to do, and how much work did you have to do?
You got a good realtor in mind, John?
Well, I think all of the realtors in town are qualified, and I hope that they put in a plan, and we certainly have capable people within the city.
Well, we could put it out there. And then
Yeah,
in a month, if we don't see, if nobody comes in, then that's our answer.
Yeah.
My preference is that we give ourselves a chance to also sell. If, someone walks in and they want to buy a lot, we process them, sell the property.
Yeah.
I feel confident we've lost sales because that hasn't happened. And which means then people are not paying memberships. And that's the whole goal of to sell these properties, so we can have people paying memberships every month, because a poor property, well, we're paying taxes on it, but we're not making any money off of it.
Well, the contract side is up to us, so
Yeah.
let's just put it back out there.
Yeah.
Couldn't you do, excuse me. Couldn't you, if somebody walked into the office and said, I want to buy one property, couldn't you give them the name of the on staff or the realtor that has this contract with?
Yeah.
That
And
happened.
let them
Yeah.
just deal with that person,
That's what we've been doing.
That's what
Yes.
we've been doing, yeah.
so they wouldn't lose the commission.
Well, that's what we've been doing. It's just more expensive that way, and that's just been a point of contention with some buyers.
Well,
I mean, these are $3,000 or $5,000 lots. You're not getting a mortgage on them. You're just going, here's the money. Thank you. Let's go.
Okay, well, we can put it out there and see what comes up and make a decision if somebody
Yep.
puts in a proposal.
Open it up and invite realtors to submit a proposal to us to consider.
Yeah, and that's what we did last time. We invited them to submit their own proposal of how they wanted to sell the lots.
Okay, it's a practical matter. How are you going to get that done?
Dispatch and the newspaper probably
Okay, all right.
would be the best.
I mean, it's a small town. Every realtor
Probably
within
just call the
50
realtors.
miles is going to hear about it within. It's probably.
They're probably all watching right now.
They already
They're probably
They don't have
watching, right?
anything to do and they're watching right now.
Probably.
Okay, next item is a request for variance. We have two variances. One in Unit 3 for, they have a trailer on their property that is against the CCNRs. Do we have any, do you want to read the variance?
Yes, the owner is requesting to allow an exemption of an RV to stay on his property for proper maintenance. It's an older model and has potential contracted RV park. The contracted RV park, there's no storage space or even room to put it in the small spaces they have. The RV park literally said storage is not possible. I wanted to work with you. The owner wants to work with us. I hope you all will consider my application. This person has an RV on his property. He owns 2 lots and he has it on his property, not for property, his property. The architectural committee reviewed this and they have absolutely no problem with leaving it as is. That's their recommendation. I went by the property and I met one of the neighbors and I spoke to the neighbor and I asked her specifically if she had any problems with that RV parked in front of her house. It's directly in front of her house. And she said, no, absolutely not. No issues, no complaints, nothing.
Is it a rundown RV, an
No.
eyesore, or is it?
No,
it's
no.
And this is Unit 3, not Colony Road.
Right.
Okay, there's way worse things going on there than some member parking his thing. No one's living in it.
Right.
This guy's a good member of the community. He's actually an asset to living in Unit 3. And my opinion is to just, unless someone really starts raising problems about that, the architectural committee is fine with it.
I have two RVs on my property. I own them both, but I mean.
It'd be because of their CCNR, every unit has their own CCNRs, depending on what type of
Which
unit they are
a bit
and the space
difficult
they
to
have.
change. They're not that easy to change.
I see.
Yeah.
You
Tony,
said
do
the
you
guy's
have-
got 2 lots,
Yeah.
Two lots.
and is there a house on either one?
He lives on one and one mobile home, and then like the concrete strips that were where the second mobile home had used to be. He has the RV parked on that concrete.
On a concrete pad.
If he owns
It's not a pad, but it's like 2 foot wide strips. It's not sinking in the mud. It's not sideways. It's fine.
He's using it as a parking.
Well,
lot.
let's let the rest of the
Just property.
board first weigh in with what they're,
So what do we
So-
do, what do we do as a regulatory state of what do we do if this gentleman starts sleeping in the camper? Or starts letting his guests stay in the camper?
Then we rescind whatever variance we gave him and fine him.
you can't rescind a variance.
I mean, it's a variance to park it there, right? Not a variance to have a camp out and have people living in there with no water connected to it or anything else.
The problem I see with it is not necessarily, I mean, the CCNRs are kind of king in a way, right? And the problem that I see is what if somebody starts living in it and then we already have a hard time enforcing everything that we have to enforce as far as sending out a fine, having somebody pay it, even acknowledging it, correct me if I'm wrong. And that, did y'all go over that? Did y'all talk about that at all? And,
This variance?
right. Well, was the question asked like
Well,
to the gentleman, because he's not sitting right here, hey, what would you do? How are we gonna, if somebody lives in there?
We did not discuss somebody living in it because it was brought to us that it was just being stored. And since the RV storage has no room for it, it's kind of hard to ask somebody to, you're going to store your RV somewhere else.
Right.
But we can't provide that for you.
Well, we went by and looked at it, and the slide is out, the steps are down.
The windows are open.
And it just got me thinking when I looked at it, like, what are we going to do if somebody starts living in here? We at that point now we're down the rabbit hole with the fining and then running them down, chase all that stuff. That's just my concern. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying,
And the person
what do
down
we
the
do at that
street.
point?
Yeah, and the person down the street goes, well, they've got their little trailer. I'm gonna plop another little trailer over here, and my, cousin-in-law is gonna just kind of hang out in there. And
I can say I've known this guy for many years. All of you know him.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone in here, huh?
Yes.
Who is it? Can I say who it is?
No.
yeah,
Okay, well.
well,
It is
we
public.
can because it is public. It's
His
a
name's-
public.
Yes, okay, his name's Kyle Palmer. He works at the hardware store. I think most people know him. He's not a problem. He's a very helpful young man, and he absolutely will not have people living in there because he's a decent guy. How many problems has he caused in here? Has he gotten any problems in here since he's living here a decade?
It's not about that though.
Okay.
It's not about,
Well,
it's about our
We're
rules.
theorizing
But
that he
can't
might
you
get
state
people
the
living in there.
variance to be specifically for storage?
Well, another possibility is if it's for storage, then why not at the recycle center until an opening comes up in the RV park? You could store it there. That's locked behind a fence.
Has that been offered?
Well, that's what we're discussing
It's just a
now.
solution
It's
that
just a
I
solution.
spitballed. I said, well, I mean, if we're out of storage.
I mean,
let's
to me,
do
if
it
you go
there.
right next to Unit 3, there's the 49ers and there's an RV parked on there. Why? Because the CCNRs have one sentence different in there. I would say they're more likely to look better in Unit 3 than in the 49ers. So those are brick homes, So
I recall some discussion in the past, and I'm not exactly sure when that discussion was had, but the CCNRs in Unit 3 provide there will be no RVs used in Unit 3. And it's got to be a legitimate manufactured home or a mobile home, if I'm saying that right. And there would be no RVs in Unit 3.
You mean
And in fact, no RVs in Unit 3.
Just manufactured homes.
Just manufactured homes. There was a suggestion made sometime in the last 2 or 3 months, and I'm not saying it was an official suggestion, but it was a suggestion to change the CCNRs in Unit 3 to allow individuals to put RVs on their lot that they owned. And that was met with significant resistance to not change the CCNRs. Now we have a situation where someone wants to use it as storage. You are inviting, I don't care who it is, I don't care if it's Kyle Palmer or anybody else. If you change or you approve this variance, you're now inviting every other person in Unit 3 to come and ask for a variance to store something on their property, whether it be an RV or a car or a boat or anything else. So the issue should be addressed with reference to the CCNRs. If we have legitimate other places to store the RV, then those should be explored first. This is obviously my opinion. The one question I had in the middle of the discussion a while ago was, you said that the slide out is out, that the windows are open, the steps are down to the door. Are there utilities hooked up to this RV?
No.
Okay.
No.
Of any kind? No water?
No.
No.
Not that we can see, no.
No electric?
Mike would have to turn on the water.
I'm not talking about
Run
from the
hose.
water on the lot. I mean, you can run a water hose to an RV from another source. But you understand that if we grant this variance, anyone else in Unit 3 can decide, hey, I've got some room over here. I would like to store my RV on my lot.
There's a very limited amount of room in that tiny crammed in place to even have that happen.
Yeah, but then you get like the little hutches, tool sheds.
Now, these are my observations.
I live on Redbud, which is unit 36. And a previous board did grant a variance for the very first house coming in. And they let them, unit 36 requires that the owner always maintain an RV hookup. It's just the opposite of this unit that we're talking about. And they came and they got a variance. It's been followed for years. And so they waived the requirement that they let him take that RV hookup space and make it the house. Then he got a buyer who didn't have a place to hook. He didn't even have a place to park unless it was on the driveway. They came back and they wanted another variance. It's like give an inch, take a mile, or whatever. Now that variance was turned down. But here we have a house that doesn't have an RV hookup where the entire block is supposed to have. And I'm seeing infringements just gradually. Those RV spaces are becoming very small.
Mm.
They were designed for motorhomes, trailers, and now you'd have to park a casita in a couple. So you are opening a door that is pretty hard to close. And the CCNRs are so clear in this instance. And the other, I want to go back, we lived there at the time that was granted. But nobody asked anybody on that street if they approved that. And I believe that historically, this kind of variance, when it comes up, the members who live on that street have been approached to say, how do you feel? And they're given an opportunity to say that today, but how many of them do you?
I mean, I didn't do a survey, but I know almost everyone that lives in Unit 3, and I could almost guarantee you that probably no one has a concern about this.
Then they need to, if they want their CCNRs changed, they need to come to the committee and they need to change the CCNRs for that lot.
I think Mr. Palmer, in his own writing here had said, there's no storage or even room to put the small trailer at the RV park. So he's admitting that he went to look and see if there was room at the RV park, and it wasn't there. But if he's admitting that, then he's saying, I'm willing to pay the money to store it. So I would say, it's just my opinion, but I think that we could, with as seamless as anything would ever go on the fort, we can open the gate to our recycle center, and we could have 15 RVs in there. It would not infringe on the recycle center. Security can open it from all normal business hours, which is my understanding of how the RV park works as well. And so they would work in tandem, and we could even give a key potentially to Ryan, and he could manage that. This is really simple, and they pay the same rate that they would pay at the RV storage. And maybe we could get more. I don't know how many of these we've turned down, so he may actually overturn another problem, that there could be a lot of other people that have not stored their RV there or found other places to store them where we could be using this property. That fenced-in area.
It will have a domino effect, I promise you.
I think John answered my question. I'm gonna come all the way to the mic because I know that's what you guys do.
We like seeing you up close, Curtis. Come on.
I think John just answered my question. My concern would be that if you allowed somebody to park it in the recycle center for free, and you got somebody else paying over it, what I think they're going to pay is they're going to pay the same rate.
Same rate.
Right. And since we have a place to do that, that's fine. I would caution you guys on variances. I mean, they sometimes they're needed, but sometimes they can take on a life of their own. And I'm hearing that here. The other thing is that the fort is not required to provide space for somebody to store their RV. That's a courtesy, yes, we're making money. But somebody, if you got an RV and you don't have a place to store it, that's your problem to solve. That's not the fort's problem to solve. Would be my opinion. But you answered my question. If you do this, he's going to be charged. He's not just going to get
the same rate that the storage would be at the RV park.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did anyone ask Helena if that's okay? No.
Not here, no.
Center lately?
Yes.
I drove by there just a while ago.
Did you see what's in there? Number one, they're putting a new building in.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Number two, they've got, maintenance has got manure, leaves, dirt, all piled all over the place, right? Then, the thing that would concern me more than anything else, when the truck comes to pick up,
That's one thing that's not about.
he's gonna have to have room to turn around.
Well, that area, if you'll remember, I distinctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Memo, didn't Mr. Peterson have a couple RVs in there?
He had one.
He had one in there. That area is, well, it's got to be an acre and a quarter, acre and a half, something like that. There's a lot of room there.
The thing is that if you went, on the north side, if you will, of the RV, of the recycle center, and cleaned out all that crap in there, you would have an open area which you could do, you're talking about. You got a bunch of dead trees in there, Mud's got a pump station in there, and it's somewhat fenced, although the fences are.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, obviously that would be something, we're not just gonna have them haul it over there and go, oh, sorry, we need to mow first. I mean, well.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but the point is that if you're gonna have to open up that area, clean it up, make room, why not just make another storage unit, a slot someplace, or an area?
Well, I think that would cost a lot more money. It's already available, and there is plenty of room in there for right now for 10 RVs, much less just one. So, and I don't think there'd be any concerns with the truck backing up or turning around or anything like that.
Depends on who the driver is.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, this one over here. This one,
Connected to the property or the person?
the property.
So if you give a variance for that RV, anybody who moves in can also have an RV?
It goes with the property, yes.
Good catch,
And you'd
Megan.
be the only person there that can have. Just
Unless
that.
you
That's a good
specify.
point.
I mean, we could maybe specify that.
That
And
it's
for that
time sensitive,
whole-
but it just.
That means you gotta track it, keep it, make sure when it is sold that variance is, nullified, yeah.
I think you deny the variance and you give them an opportunity to move it into the recycle center. Or some other
You
stuff.
could declare that as a overflow area for the,
Yeah.
when you need it.
Yeah.
For the campers.
And they can move into the storage area as space becomes available.
Yeah.
My one comment would be is we're suffering from Mission Creep here, but we're not gonna solve world peace.
I've heard that before from you, Curtis.
Sorry, the issue before the board is the
The variance, yes, not solving the problem of extra storage.
Mission Creep.
Places, although those are good conversations to have, that's not what we're trying to solve.
And I'm hungry.
Hey, we're gonna be here till midnight, so somebody's had to bring us food.
All right, well, does somebody want to make a motion?
You can be. What?
Or are we just gonna table this?
I'm hungry.
Just table it for ever.
Anyway.
Then we don't have to worry about who's gonna get a variance or not.
Make a decision.
Just someone came by who was really concerned with the letter of the rules and called it in. That thing's been there for a while. No one noticed it. I didn't think one time, oh, what's this ugly RV doing in here? I thought, oh, what's all these abandoned trailers doing in here? Why don't people get weed sacks out of their front yard? Why do people have trash cans and an unfenced service yard all the time that blow trash up and down the street? There's a lot of things to solve. And I don't think this is one that.
The wheels of justice can be slow.
Yeah.
And things slip through the cracks sometimes.
States in the CCNR that you cannot put an RV there, case closed.
All right, do we
But now,
have
and you can say like you do.
a motion?
Enable it to look for an alternative solution.
I move that we deny the variance and urge him, and with our cooperation, utilize storage at the recycle center if it's possible. Otherwise, if we determine it's not possible, then he'll have to find his own storage.
Well, there's storage units.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. Motion.
All in favor? Opposed?
No.
2 opposed, okay. Motion passes. The second variance, we do not have enough detail because we don't have a plot or anything, and we were over there and could not figure out which part is over what line. So we're going to table that until we get more information.
Francis, real quick, can that be resolved if he bought the lot and moved it over to his own lot? Because he's pending purchasing the lot next door to him. Just out of curiosity.
Well, which variance are we?
Unit 15, the shed.
Oh, the shed, he's gonna buy it, yeah, if he buys the lot next to him and
That'd be
moves that
resolved.
over, that'll solve all the problems.
Okay, what do you,
Actually, he's got room to put it on the property he has right now.
Yes.
That's
he
what
does.
we thought, looking at it.
Yes.
So it seemed kind of strange. But without, what we've seen in the past is a drawing and here, this is here, this is here. But right now, you go out there and you're just like, well,
Yeah,
I guess, I don't know if this is infringing on something or not.
he's at, the shed is in the green space.
Well, but by his own admission, the storage shed is located 3 feet inside of the adjacent property. He's
Right.
saying that he knows that.
Right, but when you look down the line of the shed, it's like if you go 3 feet over, you're also into the steps of the mobile home. So it's.
So we're not quite sure. Yeah, we
it's
need
kind
a
of
plot.
confusing.
We need the plot.
unless he can tell you when you're gonna buy the property, then it may be moved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we just need more.
But isn't the shed, it's not a permanent structure, correct?
No.
So we can't have that on green space as long as it doesn't bond?
No.
Mm-mm.
No?
And it's gotta be tied
Well,
down.
It's got to be tied down and everything. So.
If that's the question that's
Well,
really true, because if you put it
well, okay, but
on your property.
we're just talking about
it's gotta
this.
be tied down.
I
so-
move that we conditionally deny the variance and require that he provide us with a drawing or not a survey generated document, but a drawing that shows exactly where this overlap is located, and also recognize that if he completes his purchase of the adjacent property, then this can be resolved by moving it onto that. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Last item, phone system research.
Basically, we're paying $2,000 a month for phone systems. I called 3 major providers, Ring Central, Vonage, and Uma. They're all at under $700 a month with a lot more features. And I want to save the membership $1,300 a month. That's it.
Amen.
I'm in agreement with Jason. We're gonna march down that path as soon as possible.
Can you
Quickly as possible.
present the different findings
Not,
that you have? Is
not
there
at this
anything to
moment.
discuss?
No.
Not so much. I mean, they have a lot of good advantages, like phone numbers can get text. So, for example, now we have employees that are second two-factor authenticating bank accounts, domain names, everything you could possibly imagine. And we don't have Fort Clark cell phones, not one person. So if they quit, we might be calling up someone trying to get back into our bank or getting back into our domain name from GoDaddy. GoDaddy takes 2-3 weeks for you to verify what you're doing. So I would say having ability to get some text message on a company thing would be good, and then it wouldn't leave with an employee on their personal phone number. That's one thing.
Would the number stay the same?
Yes. By law, the provider has to give you your numbers. So yes.
Well, and there's a couple of different, I think we're looking into more than that, because there's also, if we go with the PBX or.
Yeah, I don't think the PBX is worth our time necessarily. We know we need someone to maintain it, then we need to do this, do we do that. These are big major companies that'll answer the phone, ship you a new phone, help your staff with questions on how to transfer calls. You know, they have call centers to deal with these kind of things. You know, the PBX, who are we gonna call?
Well, with the PBX, we don't need as many lines as we're paying for now. No, but
Has anyone looked into the cost and maintenance on that?
well, this is the start of that, right? Are you going to look into that too?
No,
or-
because I don't think it's what. I mean, if someone else wants to, I already did, 5-6 hours on the phone with those providers, going through every possible option of things they do and don't have. But if someone else wants to PBX it.
PBX is a phone company?
No.
PBX is like your own switchboard that we would have to deal with here.
Well, we just had that on there to bring up that we're looking into saving
Port money.
or money. So, yes, sir?
Sorry, I thought you were finished. I wanted to ask a couple of clarification questions of things that happened earlier, if I may do that. When you're ready.
Yes.
I don't know what you mean.
I don't like to look at it.
You gotta buy us a drink after the meeting. If it's any longer.
Come on down.
Come on down, buddy.
The boy, Curtis.
Oh, he took notes. We're in trouble.
Well, no, this is actually a rumor control, because rumors will get started. John, the Fort report that you gave, you mentioned that we could use Eagle Pass for for coverage, but we're not. We're using our own.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because I'm afraid somebody might have heard that and go, why are we going to Eagle Pass? When we're not. So that's just, I'm trying to stop rumors before they start. So
Yeah,
right now
we're using our landfill right now.
Right.
We have an estimated 2 years on
2
it.
years on it.
2 years on it right now. And we have zero issues in the event we had to go a year, like we just did, going to Eagle Pass or however long it was.
Because we have
can
used
do
the
that.
Eagle Pass, yeah.
So you were just pointing out options.
Yes,
I just wanted to clarify that we are currently using our own landfill.
That's correct.
You
Yes.
said that, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
quick question for Tony about that letter that you didn't read into the record. Is that information, other than on an email somewhere, is that still in a file? Even though you didn't read it into the record, is that part of the official Fort document?
Well, it's all up in our emails, all over.
No, yeah, but is it part of the board records?
I don't believe it was ever printed and made a part of the record, but it's a good idea that we do that.
Yeah.
And can you do that without reading it into the?
Sure.
Okay, I think that should be done. Because after all of that kerfuffle, quite frankly, I would argue that you should read that letter again, because we spent 2 hours on that, on this last meeting, going through all of that stuff, and then it was like, oh, never mind, I don't want it read. Well, then you shouldn't have sent it out to everybody. So if you're gonna make it part of the permanent record, I think that's a good idea.
I'd be on the phone.
Okay, I just want to.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly right, and we will do that.
Thank you.
Put it in along with the records kept of this meeting.
Thank you, that's all I was asking.
Okay. Thank you, Curtis.
Even though I took notes, short and sweet.
Well, about the sweet.
All right, well, that
Thank
is,
y'all for coming.
yes, thank you. And we are adjourned to executive session at 7:28.
We're currently under 2 minutes until we're about to start open session again.
Right. We're back at session at 10:11. Discussion on staffing issues and looking at doing a workshop for going through all the resumes in the next week or so. No decisions were made. We are adjourned. It's so weird to do that.